Doing a quick mic check. Let me know if you can hear me. I was having problems getting my camera and mic running. Good morning. Let me know if you guys can hear me all right. Just doing a mic check. Okay, thanks, Candace. I'm just doing a quick mic check. I'll be back probably about 8:15. But I was having problems with my camera this morning. Sometimes I think my son comes in and messes with my computer, but I don't know. So I added in this morning, which may backfire on me, on oil. I'm gonna slide it over real quick. What time did I get in? 2 o'clock. So last night I was up and traded the British pounds. And then I also got back in later. So I just posted on the Discord trade on the British pound, the one I'm in now, and it's up like 9K. So on this TradingView, it's a smaller account. So I just put one on oil last night. So we had a signal to sell, and I threw one on. It was right at 209, somewhere around there. So I put one contract on with my stop, obviously up back there above. Sat in the negative for a while, sat sideways for a while, negative, positive, barely positive. And then it pulled back to test the highs here. So I was in the negative, then back to positive a little bit, back to negative and positive. So then it finally broke. So this morning when I got up to set the charts up in here, I actually added two on. So, when I add in a position, I watch, because my order was way up here with one contract. So I watched the order drop. Typically, I'll add one see how far it comes down, which would it would have dropped in here somewhere, and I'll move my stop to protect. Well, I decided I'm going to go ahead and add 2 on, and it dropped the order way down here. So, and of course, I moved my stop to protect, right? Because I was in a good trade overnight. Put 1 on. It was up like a little over $100, I think. So I went ahead and threw on 2 instead of typically I'll throw on 1. That's why you might see sell 1, sell 1, sell 1, sell 1, stacked on top of each other, on these market orders, or to show the orders execution, because I will add 1, watch it drop, and decide, is that as close as I want to get the price? I didn't do that this time. I added 2. So if I would have added 1 and it would have been in here somewhere, at that point, I would have moved my stop to protect and left that room. Well, I didn't, so I added 2. So that's my bad, and it just took me out. That's why I wanted to kind of show you. So sometimes the decisions we make aren't the greatest. So this is that one eye open entry. So I'm still trying to wake up. So no big deal. I didn't lose anything. However, I didn't gain anything either. Maybe $1 or $2 when it was all said and done, because I had moved to break even, or a little better break even. So I always moved a little better and break even. But I just wanted to show that that was a decision I made to add 2, and now this push up tested this high, and kind of broke it, came back, and we've got a bounce. So who knows what will happen at this point. But that was the decision I made, and it did not pan out. So, but no big deal. We'll move to the next trade. And I am in Bitcoin long so far. I was in Bitcoin short last night. I'm long. I was in Bitcoin short off the all-time high, the red zone. So we've had, I'm going to hate shrinking my chart in. I won't shrink your guys' chart because I've got it set up for to where the circles are spread apart decent and everything. Markups off here. Nope, that's all going to stay. Well, again, Bitcoin, I know I mentioned it yesterday, but Bitcoin basically hit that all-time high. Okay, this was Sunday, was back up there around that all-time high. And then we started that free for fall, I call it. So off that. So was in short on Bitcoin, and now I'm long with just 1. And then I'm going to look to add to my position on there. So basically it was back up off that all-time high and dropped down to this zone. These are zones that have been on the chart for a little bit. So this yellow zone's was on there back from this area right here. And I didn't include the bodies. I don't like big, huge, wide zones. So that zone is drawn from the high of Go to this. This green candle here, you know, the high of that to the top of this green wick, the wick on this green candle here. So that's why it's pulled back to that one. So the high again is off this candle, and then the low of the zone is off of this candle top. So that's where the zone was drawn off of. So that's where we turned, was right around that zone. So again, you're always looking for things to start rounding over, you know, and then we're looking for you know, bearish structure to build. So I had a down trend line here off of these 2 points. So that is why I didn't get in long down here. Okay. So again, down trend line from this point to this, and really you could draw that line on back. I just never pulled it back. Probably gonna tell me I shouldn't be in now as it is. Now we got a good entry point. Let me grab the magnet. Make sure we're at the top. Technically, I should be back here on this one. That's going to change the trajectory. So we've still broken that. But again, that's why I wasn't in long back in here. So just in case it bounced and turned short. That's all I have on now since the other ones popped. On oil. So I'm going to have to look for a entry on it. Wait for signals to line up. So I'll be back around probably around 8:15. Don't forget we got news on the Canadian dollar. The only thing we have going on, well, I'll talk about it later at 8 o'clock, 8:15, somewhere in there. So we already caught good trending move on Bitcoin and oil through the night. So I will be back a little bit later. All right. Hope everybody's having a good morning trading. The only thing I'm in right now is Bitcoin long. I did not get in gold. I was away from the computer making breakfast, so the ideal place would have been here on this bounce off the yellow zone, taking that green candle. I did not get in. Again, I was away from the computer, so that would have been the optimal entry right there. You know, as it pulled up 1 hour turn, if you were going to get in long against the 4 hour to take that bounce. So I just got breakfast, so I'll be eating here real quick. Hopefully everybody fueled up for the day. All right, so I did just take a long position in gold on this bounce right here. So we're in gold as well. Bitcoin long still. Bitcoin's pulled back to a inner trade line. So I have two trade lines on Bitcoin. There's what they look like. We have an outer one and an inner one, which is more aggressive, which we know that could be broken. Plus, we broke that this red downtrend line, okay, from these highs up here, and this is the all-time high. Then remember, this red zone up here is all-time high. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Somebody in the chat. Everything should be on. So again, Bitcoin fell off the all-time high, which was, back over here to the left, and we hit that again on Sunday night and fell down off of it. So that's a down trend line there, and that's the trend line that we just broke today, this morning. So 7 a.m. is that line, Eastern, and then again, this is the up trade line. There's also an up trade line here. So I marked one as an outer, one as an inner. So the inner lines are more aggressive. They're steeper. They don't hold up as long. So not sure if that's going to hold up or not, but already in Bitcoin long. And then, of course, it broke that down trend line. We won't be moving that today. I'll be waiting on that because, again, we're looking for it to break now. If it breaks these highs in here, to pull back up through, break the yellow zone, and possibly go back up to the all-time high. So there's a lot of things happening this week, though, as we've had, the presidential election here in the U.S. yesterday, or not the election, sorry, the inauguration, and we also have on our news, I don't know if you guys know much about it. It is listed out in the event. It's an all-day, all-week event. So it is the WEF, which is the World Economics Forum annual meetings. Okay. So these annual meetings involve like central banks, the prime ministers, finance ministers, trade ministers, business leaders, all sorts of heads of finance. And I believe it's like 90 countries. It's out there, and let me pull up I think I took a screenshot this morning. Where's that screenshot? Again, it's out in the calendar. So you guys can go pull up information on it or read up on it. You can click here as well, not on my picture, but you can click the link down here. So outonforex.com, you can actually open it up and click here and look what happened. You'll see it's only in January. So here's the past events. So again, it's an annual meeting of heads of finance and business and the central bankers and, basically the market makers, the big wigs, the movers from over 90 countries, it says. So, that's, hang on, my dog's in something, or my wife's dog. Let's see what she's getting into. I think it was a treat box. Yeah, the dog decided she was going to get her own treats, I guess. So again, it is something to be aware of when it comes out. Again, it's a yearly event. I don't know. I think I closed that image. But again, it's a yearly event. So it is something that can affect market. You'll see related stories like this come out. I don't know if anything's come out for the day. Let me go look. So Tuesday, yeah, we've had our first story pop up. So again, I watch things out of forexfactory.com. I've never felt the need to look at any other news releases or news calendars. This is the only one I use. Typically, I'm only looking at red news, but this week I'll have red and orange open. And again, you can see the past releases. Again, it only happens in January. So this is the first news release or related story that's popped up. There was nothing down there this morning. Okay. So that's something you'll want to refresh and watch during the day. What related stories come out? Monday, these weren't in here. Okay. Then they popped up. So the thing is, you'll start to get related stories, related articles that come up in relation to the World Economic Forum. Okay, and what's going on in there? What's going on in their discussions? What decisions are being made? Okay, we have no clue. You're not going to get invited to that event, unfortunately. So all we can do is just be ready. Sometimes we will see things move during, like this week in particular, with that there's no explanation for, and you could typically look in and find an article, and it'll start to make sense. So again, about the only thing we could do is be ready. Look over at day 3, which is Wednesday. You'll see no related stories. There isn't going to be any till Wednesday. Okay. I don't know if that's the last day. No, there's day 4. No related stories yet. And then we've got day 5. So again, it's an all-week event. You're going to want to keep refreshing the page, pop up, and then see what articles you get these stories. It's interesting it should be to you, interesting to see what these, prime ministers, central banks, it gives you a list of, the trade ministers, finance ministers. We're talking people that move the market. We're talking people that the decisions that these people make move the market. Okay, the decisions they make that starts that catalyst, that reaction, and you'll start to see things move. So it is something to be very aware of when it comes out. So again, that's an all-week event. So we didn't see much news or much reaction off the Canadian CPI, which we don't see that across the board. If you're watching the CPI for the Canadian dollar, which happened this morning at 8 o'clock, you are only looking at the Canadian dollar, or should be. We also have CPI coming up for the Kiwi. I think it's 445. Yeah, 445 today, CPI for the Canadian dollar comes out. So this afternoon, I'll probably be watching that. I will not be trading on this account because this account is through a prop firm, and I have to close at 5. So it doesn't make sense for me to look to trade Kiwi futures, New Zealand dollar futures on this for 10 minutes before I need to close. So that'll get traded through my Forex broker, and that's 445. So we really don't have any news today, news events for the US dollar. Let me close this. Yes. Now I've got all these boxes open. And we got bank rate on for the Bank of Japan. We got news on Bank of Japan today, but they always put tentative, so there's no time on it. It'll be during the Asian session. That's later this week. So really, we don't have any news releases set for the rest of the day for us. So we're clear to trade. I'm going to have to keep checking my other trade here. So again, still looking for gold and Bitcoin to bounce here. I'm going to slide my gold chart over so we don't have that plus sign there. So they've both been long bounces off of zones, yellow zones. Gold, we've only had the 1 hour switch, 15-minute and 1 hour reverse. So we are trading against the 4 hour if we're going long. And I am in long. So I got in when it pulled back here toward this high. So my decision was made, these two red candles were pulling back. It was basically back to this high. I did not, before I say that, let me look. Yeah, I didn't, when this candle here was forming and was green, that's when I pulled the trigger. So I'm in a little bit better than that. So I'm not in at this price here, I'm down in here. So I decided to pull the trigger. It pulled down. It would look like it was bouncing off that high green candle. Plus, it had already wicked down here and touched the line. So that's when I got in. So right now, I'm not up much. It just needs to come break this high. So we're waiting on both these to actually, for gold and Bitcoin to, or at least I am, for them to break the highs. That would be the high to break in gold, of course, and then Bitcoin, same situation. I am going to try and finish my breakfast here. I don't want cold eggs. I've done that. I don't know. A couple months ago, I think I had eggs. I didn't eat them for an hour while we were in here. They were kind of cold. All right, so those are the highs we're looking to break. This is, oh, you guys can't see ES yet. So we had a sell here on oil. I didn't take it. Oh, I think most of you guys were in here earlier on my oil trade. So, and it just, I added to, so I showed you guys that. I was in here on oil with one, and down here it was this morning when I came to the charts to set up everything. There's the 7 a.m. marker. So it was down in here, and I decided to add in. And I covered that normally sometimes you'll see where it'll say sell one, sell one, sell one in a row. It's because I'll inch my way down. Okay, my trade was on up here, and I would sell one, and order's going to drop. And I look to that. Can I pull my stop down below it, cover my position? Yes. Okay, that's good. Can I add another? It drops. Can I pull my stop to, a little better and break even to protect that trade? Because when I woke up this morning, I was up 100 on one contract. So I was up and moved my stop to better and break even. I moved it about halfway down, about in here somewhere. And at that point, I'm locking in profit with no loss. So I really don't want to stack in and have a losing trade if that's a winning trade already when I got up, which it was. So I went ahead and just was like, look at that distance. Okay, I should be able to add 2 contracts without it moving too far. I added 2 and it dropped clear down to here, right about this level. So I thought, okay, that's fine because it's above this high right here. So I moved my stop to protect and I got stopped out. So it pulled back just enough to take me out. And then here we got a sell signal again. So, of course, my entry on the 2 I added was clear back here. So they were in the positive briefly. So I took a chance, stacked 2 in, and then my rule was I was going, when I stacked 2 in, I love to move my stop to protect that trade. Because again, I was in with 1 here and up 100. So when I woke up this morning, that was a positive trade. I want to keep it a positive trade. So what I should have done was only stacked 1 in. If I would have stacked 1 in, the order would have dropped in here somewhere, stop better. I could have moved my stop better and break even and protect. I would still be in that trade. So I added 2. I thought I'm good. I'm safe. It'll only drop the order down in here somewhere. When I had 2, and it didn't. It dropped it, way down right about here because it just barely took me out. I mean, it was probably right around in there somewhere. So there's the exact price, 75.71. So yeah, one of those where it barely took me out, and then it's gone down. So what should I have done here? Well, I should have only added 1. If I would have added 1 contract, I would still be in this, entire trade and be up for the day on it still with 2 contracts on in case it pops and runs short. So that's not how it worked out. I took a chance, added 2, and you move on. I never did pull my report on that one to see if I ended up on it. Oh, all right. You guys want to see what? Here's my 3 contracts. This is yeah, it's hilarious. So there it is. There's the 1 contract, and there's the other 2. So plus 72 minus 68. What is that? $4. So again, my thing is I don't want to see losses. So that's why I'll move my stop like that to better break even. So I added on too many. I added on 2, thought it could sustain that, thought it was in a good position, and it may still push and pop down. So we'll see. My big $4 trade for the day. You can't even buy coffee. Well, I guess you could probably buy a coffee with it. Plain coffee, maybe. So again, that's what I'm waiting on. I not even touched platinum. I don't know, MC, are you in here? I know you were earlier. Yeah. So MC might be in that. I'm not. I did have a 4-hour SR level there from previous. I'll delete some of these lines out. They don't say any words on them. They're lines I drew off of like current highs and lows, and it could have been. I think it was today, looking for that to break. So basically, it's formed some higher highs and higher lows in here, so might be good to run up to the next level. I have a green zone up there that we had broke through before, which should be, I'm going to look to change that color because it should be yellow or red. All right, should be back on. You should be able to hear me. So this is where platinum is. This is the next zone up above if it keeps climbing. So one thing I'd want to do is look at these wicks right here. I'm on a 4-hour time frame, so I'd want to dial it down to a 1 hour and 15 minute, and look to draw a downtrend line across these highs, these wicks right here, and possibly also see if I can, link it back here to these two tops. So I actually want to come in here and let's look to draw a downtrend line from there to there, those two wicks. Okay, so that would be like an outer line that may cause some resistance as it pulls up. I don't even want to call that a, it's only got the two touch points there right near each other. So I don't even like to call that a trend line, but we'll draw it. So we want to draw that. And then again, we have some wicks in here. So I'd want to look to see if we take this first touch point there and bring it down to here, the top of this, and touch it. Well, I can see that the wick here has gone through it. So let's move it down there. Now we're going to look for that to be a level of resistance against us at this point. But I wanted to zoom out to the 4. This is something you guys should be doing every single morning, evening, whatever session you trade. New York session, Asian session, London session. Don't come to the computer and think that you know what's going on the higher time frame. There's no reason for that at all, for you to guess and say, oh, I remember what it's doing. I remember where we're at. I looked at the, don't come in tonight to trade the Asian session, or come in, early morning and trade the London session and go, oh, yeah, I remember what was going on. I traded the New York session today. My memory is not that good, and I'm watching 6 pairs too. But if you're watching one pair, it's a little different. Or one, and guys, when I say pairs and lots, just bear in mind that's from trading Forex. Your instrument, sorry. In Forex, it's lots instead of contracts. So, and they talk about currency pairs, where futures you have one instrument. So you'll just have to suffer through that, because I've been so long trading Forex. I don't think I've tried to change. You guys have heard me say contracts and instruments, so I'm working on it. So anyways, I wanted to go out because this is the level of resistance here. This is a pretty strong zone right here. As you look, we had multiple bounces. This is around Tuesday, December 3rd. So we had multiple bounces at this level. Okay, this wick went up to test it. This went up to test it. Once it broke it, it came to test it. It went up to this level, pulled back down where? To that zone. Okay. Once it broke through the zone here, what did it do? Pulled back to test the zone. So that is a really good, solid zone based off of price points, based off of swings. The swings. These are the market makers moving the market back and forth. That's where the swings come from. It's not from retail traders. So these are from the market makers. So that's a decision between the market makers, the buyers and sellers in the market, the big banks, the countries that trade, hedge funds that trade. We're talking millions and billions of dollars in their trades. They're the ones that move the market. So this is a solid, very solid price level that's been an agreeable price between the buyers and sellers, the ones that move the market. So that is our next level, that if it breaks through this trend line here, then that's what we're looking for it to hit. So down on the 3, we're right at that level, and I'd have to move it a little. There's my point, and again, I drew it on the 4. So when we're down on 3, you kind of got to go adjust your lines, because they may not be right at the candles. See how this one's way back here? Well, on the 4 hour, I had a candle that I attached it to. So down on the 3-minute, I'm going to go readjust these and make sure they're, and that's still not there for some reason. Make sure it's right at the wick top, okay? And we need to attach that one there. We're going to attach this one there. Well, we don't want to move the whole thing. So it is something that as you dial down to the smaller time frames, make sure to go back and adjust your trend lines. And I'm probably going to take that one down. This one here, I'm going to take it down because they're so close together. This one's kind of irrelevant. So we'll just leave the one on there. But again, we're on a 3 now. So we're looking for it to, if it's going to continue long, we need to see it break that line before it'll head to that target, back up to that price level. Okay. So of course, down on the smaller time frame, then I would draw a couple up trend lines. And if those break, and we're going to watch the signals too, because if everything's red, we'd be looking to short, right? So we'd be looking for it to break one of these lines. So I'm kind of going to zoom this over and change this to green. I'm trying to get off your guys' charts here real quick. Now this one should draw in green. I don't want it there. So we look for that to that. Is that a valid? I think that's valid. That's the steepest one I'm going to draw because if I draw anything else, we've already broke through. So right now it started its journey over to that trend line. So I don't know what it's going to do now. Is it going to break this trend line, come down to test the 4-hour SR level and then bounce back up? You know, or is it going to break that and shoot down here? So those are two plans you need to plan for. We're going to turn back on the indicator. Right now, the 15-minute 1 hour is still green. We had a switch over in the 1 hour here. So right now, we've had a bullish move off that deeper retracement off the 4 hour because the 4 hour is still short. So I might, if we get a bounce in here, I might actually take it long. Just to that previous high, though, it's going to be a short trade. I'm coming down to 1 minute just to kind of see if I could draw like a retracement line here. So something like that. So I would not, you know, right now if you get in, and platinum's kind of difficult because you can't put on micros, but that's what I'd be looking for. If it breaks this, I don't know that I'm not going to get in if it breaks that retracement line. I want to see it break it and come down here and bounce. That's the only time I'll get in. If not, I'm just staying out with platinum. Just remember, there is no trade that you have to take. Now, I don't want to sit out all day. That's not me. But I don't have to take it. So gold failed to break that previous high. So I don't like that because that's my trade's in the negative a little bit. I only put 2 contracts on, so nothing major. Okay, so I have not taken the CAD or platinum yet. So it did break through that retracement line. And again, this retracement line is drawn just across these tops because I had nothing else to draw. It popped through. It looks like it was coming down to test this pocket area. It failed. I don't have a green candle, so I am not going to enter long. Okay, what I am going to do though is I want to move that retracement line like this. Okay, again, I had a steep one. So right now my plan to go long didn't work out because I did not get a green candle. So I've got to wait for another setup. My stop on gold, let me see where my stop on gold is. I didn't mark it on your guys' chart, did I? Let's see. Okay, gold. Uh, 32.8. 2732.8 is where mine's at. Remember, I like to give a little extra room. So mine's got a little extra room. Down below that, that low. And I don't like what it's done because I may end up, I don't know if I want to close the trade or not. So right now, of course, on gold, the 4 hours is still red. Only the 1 and 15 are green. 15-minute, 1 hour. 1 hour reversal is what was traded. It's totally gone through that trend line. So again, I know that trend lines are linear though, right? So eventually, as it moves sideways, it has to go through the line. It either bounces or it's going to go through the line. So I'm looking to see what it does here. Is this going to hold up? And then ultimately, I need to see that go back up through this green line. I need to see it bounce up the backside of that green line. Because if it starts going down, then my trade's over. Then I'll have to close. Yeah, and that's the thing. As you look at these, you know, over here we have a low, higher low, higher low, higher low. But then even though we broke the trend line, this low right here, even though it's lower than this one, if you look at the whole entire swing, hold up, hold down, are we going to bounce here? That would be a higher low than this one. So you're going to have swings within swings, and sometimes that makes it very confusing, and it's hard to decipher what's going on, especially if you're just watching highs and lows. And so I'm going to hold. The only thing I've got going against me, of course, is the 4 hours red. So I went in light. And I just put my stop out there in case it came back to test this. So here. And guys, this right here, these 3 candles right here is a nice morning star. The reason why I'm pointing it out is a morning star, the ones you guys see out there on the charts that people post, an evening star and morning star, it is 3 candles. It's perfect like that. 3 candles. And that is almost a perfect morning star. You have a bearish candle, you got a doji, which is indecision, and then you got a bullish green candle. And it's a engulfing candle. It is bigger than this candle. It's engulfing this candle. So that is a perfect morning star. This down here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles. That's still a morning star. Same thing, just not as pretty as this one. So when you see them out there and people post, this is what you'll see, 100%. They typically only show you the 3 candles because that's a perfect setup. That's a perfect morning star. Well, this is a morning star too, even though it's made up of 5 candles. And that morning star was a bounce off of what? Bottom of our zone. You know, so I'll hold for now. Not up much. 28 on Bitcoin. Still waiting on it. Need it to break that high. My order on Bitcoin's 104,380 is where I got in at. So, and on gold, we've got, unfortunately, we've got red triangles up there that are forming. I'm going to take the hide to break text off there so you can see the triangle. So we do have red triangles, which is 15 minutes, the 4 hour still red. So, you know, my trade is against the 4 hour time. So taking a little more risk, you go in with less contract. Is this going to be a $4 day? So platinum is so close to that red down trend line. I'm not going to touch it till it either breaks that red trend line or I get some kind of setup over here. So I'm going to have to watch it. Right now, the 1 hour and 15 minute are green, but I'm waiting. It's going to have to break that red line for me to get in. I don't want to get suckered into taking it long. Now, it could go, guys. I mean, you could take it long here and it could blast through that red down trend line, but I'm just not willing to take that chance. Okay, that's a down trend line, and I'm just not willing to take the chance on it. So if I were to jump in now, my target would have to be that red down trend line, and that's too tight. So I'm not looking to get in. Since we had the move up here, we can technically move this green line right here over, since we had a push up. Okay, so I'm gonna watch. It's gonna get tight in here more than likely. So we'll look to see what it does in this zone or area, and it may bounce back and forth there. So I don't know if it's going to pop through the red trend line or go down through the green and fall back to this one. But right now, those are my two plans I'm like ready for. But I will not touch it until it either breaks through this and you know, pulls back and bounces up in here, and the 1 hour turns back red. 15-minute 1 hour turn back red. I'm going to short it, you know, down to this 4 hour level in the back of this or this trend line here? Or does it break through the red trend line, go up and test it? So I've got some time on platinum to kind of, whoops, is that your guys' chart I just grabbed? Sorry. I think it was. So there's gold. Again, stayed in it. The only thing is we're trading against the 4 hour, but stayed in it. So I'm still holding my phone. It's still in Bitcoin and it hasn't done anything. It's still really sideways. What did everybody have for breakfast today? Did everybody fuel up before the day's trading? I tell you guys, I'm just now getting back to where I feel like myself. Like this week. I felt good the last couple weeks after I got sick, but I don't know, you still feel kind of out of it. I went up and made some steak and eggs and toast. And because I'll be trading the New Zealand dollar at 445 off news, for fruit, I selected a kiwi. Imagine that. So now I got a box of kiwis. I'm not going to eat any more till the next news on the New Zealand dollar. They're probably going to go bad. No, I'm kidding. They won't. We'll eat them. That's the rule, right? You can't eat kiwi unless there's news on the New Zealand dollar. So load up. All right, so up a little bit on gold, up a little bit on Bitcoin. So platinum, if I would have went in long, right, we'd be up a little bit, but it's just, I want to see more decisions made in there before I take it. Yeah, I'm feeling really, like last night, really this weekend, really was feeling myself. We finally got to have Christmas at the cabin Saturday with my family, and then we went over to Beth's mom and dad's Sunday and had Christmas with them because we still hadn't had Christmas with either family. All my fault because I got COVID. So we didn't get to see the lights. Our cabin's in a place called Clifton Mills, and the restaurant there, they put up lights. They got like a stream going through there and covered bridge. It's really cool. Ton of lights. It takes them. What did I read? I read something last year. I think it takes 6 guys 3 months, 8 hours a day is what they're working to put up all the lights. Because there's other stuff. They put up tables with scenes and villages and all kinds of stuff. So, but we missed. They take it down last day in December. So unfortunately, my nieces and nephews missed that because they always like doing it. We had fun playing games with my family on Saturday, playing games with the kids and all, and making gingerbread houses and decorating cookies. We always do fun stuff. We always get like new games that we've never played. All right, so really looking for gold and Bitcoin. Want them to break their highs here and pop up for us. There's platinum going. So again, I'm not in it. MC, I'm sure you're in it. There's the full move after the 1 hour switch. I would not have taken the 1 hour switch. For me, I would have been looking for like this, you know, pull up and pull back and bounce off these two highs. But I was looking at other instruments, so. Again, platinum for me is the last thing I look at, just because of its cost on these accounts, on a smaller account. So it'll be interesting to see if it breaks this, breaks that red trend line. And we'll have to go get more cautious. Oh, I bet you my wife's drink all the rest of the coffee. That's what she likes to do. All right, here we go. Bitcoin making its move on its previous high. So, and again, this is why we don't take trend line breaks. You know, and I used to do that, guys. I used to sit there and I'd take this trend line break. You had it pull down and break this trend line, right? And it pulled back to test that trend line, and it gave a red candle. I'd have been all in on that. There's a time when I was first trading and just doing trend lines. That would have been my entry. I'd have been all over it because made a high, made a low, lower high. This one though, wick down, lower low, came back to test the backside of that trend line. I'm up on Bitcoin. Red candle, bearish engulfing candle, because it's longer than that one, those two candles together. That's your bearish engulfing candle, bam. I'd been in. I'd been in short. My target would have been what? I'd have been all over my target being right here. You got the zone, you got the down trend line, you got the up trend line. So my target's in here, right when it would hit there. I would have been all over that trade. All over that and been in short. And what's happened? Well, it's just pulled back and I'd been the negative or stopped out. If I put my high or stop above this high, I might have been stopped out by now, depending on how close I had it. So, yeah. Oh, it happens a lot. A lot of people don't use highs and lows because nobody teaches them. They just don't learn it. It's out there. I mean, you can go on YouTube and find, um, you know, all kinds of videos on highs and lows, support resistance, you know, areas. But if you don't know that you're looking for that, you would have to like luck upon it and just happen to find it. I mean, nobody's going to be looking at going, oh, you know, I hate getting stopped out when it breaks. And I want to go look at some high and low videos. I mean, you don't know what you're looking for. So, but it's out there. There's people teaching about highs and lows to use. All right, so we're getting our break in Bitcoin. But again, I would have been all over that short in a long time ago. You know, when I first started trading, that would have been an entry for me to short, right? Because you have a good solid trend line up here from here to here, some bounces, right? And it breaks it. It even forms a, you know, it already formed a lower high here, forms a lower low, pulls back, tests that trend line. It just broke, red candle, boom, you're in. There was a time where that was my entry. That was early on. But again, over time, we see a lot of times it walks up the back side of the trend line after it breaks. It's not over. It's just not done moving down. It gives a nice pullback, but just not done. So again, holding our position because the 4 hour and 1 hour is still green. So this is what we started using back in 2006, the end of 2006, was the multiple time frames on the lower time frame chart, just to give us that confidence to hold that trade. Now, that being said, it could have still pulled back down further. So right now we're up about 58. Remember, I only have 2 contracts on gold. I'm up 100 on Bitcoin. I only have 1 on Bitcoin on there. And I don't know. I'd like to stack in, but I don't know if we're going to get much more of a trend than what we already have on it. I don't know if it's going to, go all the way up to that zone. Remember, we got that yellow zone up there. So that's going to be my target on this trade. But the only thing I can do is move my stop because I don't have multiple contracts on. Gold's finally trying to break its high here. And this is what you hate, taking that short on gold. If you took it short because it did a trend line break, and then you get stopped out only for it to keep going. So this one, though, we're trading against the 4 hour. So it looks like the 4 hours wanting to maybe switch over. And the only reason the 4 hour would be switching over to green is because of this move. It takes a move to make a signal. No matter what you're trading with, you could be trading with moving averages. A moving average cross, it's not a mystery. They're lagging. Indicators lag. Some lag more than others, depends on what you're using. So it takes a move up to make an indicator change direction. So if you're using moving averages, as the instrument moves up, then those moving averages are going to cross. They're being dragged by the instrument. There's platinum, hold through. I didn't take it. Remember, I talked about taking it on that, but it was so close to that downtrend line. I didn't want to take it. So got to be okay with missing them. I'm going to move my stop up a little on gold. So I basically moved my gold stop right here to the top of this zone, which is basically, I wanted to keep it under that wick, under this swing here. Now, if it gives a good push up, I might move it up here. I don't want to come up too close to these highs. But 58 on gold, 115 on Bitcoin. On this account, I'm only looking for like 200 to 500 a day. $120 and 66. I see I'm almost up to 200 for the day. I do have 2 on gold, so if we get a push on gold and get an extension up, I'll look to close one. Okay, so Bitcoin came down and hit my stop, and it pulled where? Right back to that yellow zone. So I don't know if it's going to truck on through, pull right to that yellow zone, right to that back of that downtrend line, right to that uptrend line. So this is this is what I was talking about here when I said, trend line break, we'd take a trend line break, get in on a bearish candle. It followed through with that. It just pulled all the way up here to take people out that was looking to short it. So you'd have people all around the globe looking to short that on that trend line break, or shorting it and putting their stop where above this high, and they were taken out on that move. So, uh, and then only to have it go in their direction, right? They shorted, stop above high, taken out, and then it goes down, hits the target. So I like that it fell and hit. That just took me out. So I'm out of Bitcoin right now. So everything's still green on Bitcoin. 15-minute, 1 hour, and 4. So it's back to a 4-hour yellow zone, back of the red down trend line, hitting this green trend line from this move up. So I'm going to look for a long position in it. Still in gold, up 122. I'm hoping it pushes further. I'd like to see it further. I'd like to see it hit 200 in my trade and then close out one. So I'm going to set my order to close out one and get kind of ready for that. So I'm watching the computer, watching the charts, so I'm ready to trade. I've got my trade order up in here, switched over to one contract since I have two on, and then I'm ready to hit the sell button because I'm in too long. So I bought two, so I need to sell one in order to close one. And I'll move my stop right now. So I'm moving my stop just under my order, moving it a little aggressive. Again, I'm waiting on it to get up to 2, so it needs another push up. It's only at like 124. We shall see. I need to check on Tyler, see how he's doing on his account. Ugh. No wonder why we're so slow on gold. Clean up some of my charts. I got my charts marked up from the trades yesterday. Got to be kidding me. So guys, I didn't check the 1 hour. I looked at the 4 hour. But this is where we're at a 1 hour high. So we're at the swing high back here on the 1 hour. That's what kind of held us up here. So again, I'm still looking for it to get to 2. So I have 1 up here in my quantity, and I just have to hit 1. So it's either that or I can put a pending order above. So it's hitting this high over here right now. So we'll see if it in this inside top. I don't know. I'm hoping it gets to 2. We'll see. It's what I want to see. I don't really want to close out earlier than that. Okay. And if I put this in the center, oh, it moves way off the chart. Still not there. 154. I don't like how Bitcoin broke through the bottom of that zone. It's testing the backside of that. Both. So it broke through the zone. It's testing the backside of this uptrend line, this downtrend line, and we have buy signals or buy strength. So I don't know if that move down is done. I'm going to stay out of Bitcoin until I get a signal. I want to get caught up in something. All right, so my gold's getting up there. Um, it's at 184, so I'm still ready to close one. If it'll get there. All right, so I am at 212. So like I said, I'm going to close one out. Close one. I'm going to just move my stop to better and break even. I'm going to give it a ton of room in case it keeps going. But guys, this is really steep. So remember, on a steep move like this, we expect a pullback. So I'm going to head and just close one out. So I locked in like 108. I think it was 216. And again, that's half of what I want to see on this account. And right now, this account's locked to 5 others. So I have 6 that are linked together. But I have to go into trading view to trade them. So now I've got to go modify the others. It's kind of a pain in the rear. So if you hear me click happy, that's what I'm doing. And it's continuing to climb. But again, it's super steep, so we know it will pull back, just not sure when. Oil, we finally got a 1-hour reverse, or I do. Remember, mine's on different data. Once we get this out to you guys, I'll be, when I do the streams, it'll be on my account that I'm trading. It'll no longer have this screen that you guys are watching. Still watching Bitcoin, see what it does in here. See what kind of decision it makes around this zone and these trend lines on Bitcoin. Let's say, so gold made it. Gold made it up to that zone up there. Mission accomplished. Up like 143 on the runner, the other half of the trade. So I am going to move my stop, but I'll leave it on just in case. So I moved my stop kind of aggressive because I want to lock something in. So again, I only locked in like what, 108, I think, on the one I closed. So this is an aggressive move on the stop because I know everyone in here can see that pulling back to retrace. So, but my goal on this account is to lock in two to 500. So 200 minimum on each account across all of them. 2755. Yeah, for a target. Yep. So it made it. So I'm gonna turn this off real quick, and we'll glance at the 4 hour. So again, that's a 4 hour journey, or that's our 4 hour zone from back here. Okay. So I don't know. We don't know if it's going to go through or not. So it's been respecting this level. Okay. It pulled up into the zone, bottom of the zone, and now we're bottom of the zone again. So because it is stopped at that in the zone, I don't expect it to blow through the zone very easily. Would I like to see it blow through the zone? Sure, because I have a long trade in. I'm in long. So I'd love to see it blow through that. Should I expect it to blow through the zone? No. Do I think that it could possibly go up into the zone? Yeah, 100%. Because it did here and it did here. So I could see it pulling up into the zone, at least maybe the halfway point, if not to the top. Does it have to? No. So I'm going to hold and just leave it on in case it does go through the zone and it does continue up. But then I'll be looking for uh, reasons to short it if it starts turning. So I'm going to look for it to, keep going, and we'll hold. And then, like I said, if it starts rounding over and starts giving us signals on the indicator that it's going bearish, well, then I'd switch directions. So as far as drawing a trend line across it, you can draw two. We already have some down below us. This one's dashed because on this, that was our old trend line, the one dashed. When it pulled through here and broke it, once it pulled back up, then I drew this other one and then just left the dash one. So two more I would draw is I would take one from like this low here and attach to that low. That would be my other, more aggressive uptrend line. I was going to draw one from here to here and extend it up, but we've already broken that one. I mean, if you want to, you can from that point to that point, but it's already broken it. Okay. So right now it's broken out. We'd look for it to come back up and test that zone again, unless it just starts dropping. So it's probably going to take me out at some point in the day. So I'm just leaving that one on. I've already secured profit. It was up about 140 when it was up here. So my stop is better than halfway on that. So I'll lock in about 70. And the other trade was 100. The other contract was 108. So about 178 or 80. So it'll be somewhere there. Platinum did give a bounce in here, another buy. The 4 hour was kind of out of phase. Remember, it was in a sell. So we started seeing buy signals on the 4 hour switch. So I did jump in that with one. Let's see which candle I jumped in on. Oh, after, yeah. I only have one contract on it. I'd like to see it break and stay above this high that it's testing right now. I am going to run up and see if we have any coffee left. All right, so we got more coffee. Platinum, I just drew a line in there. That is not a random area where it might look like it to you guys. Right there, that is not a random area where I drew that. So I was looking here at platinum on this, this pullback and bounce, but I'm on a 1 minute time frame because I'm in platinum long, and it broke past the previous high here, but fell back to test it. And if you look at the candle closes, the candle close here green, they open up the red, that price level. If I move the line up there, okay, you'll see that these candles stayed above it, these 3 minutes. However, I'm on a 1 minute time frame. So for me, I was looking to make sense of this candle right here, wicking down, to see if that was going to hold up long. And if you go to a 1 minute, you're going to see, the pullback here where this candle closes, and it basically is right here to this inside of this swing, inside top of that swing. So that's why my line kind of looks like it's in the middle of nowhere when I go back to a 3 minute chart. I am drawing it for a reason there, and I just want to kind of explain that. That's why. I was looking to see, again, on a 3 minute, this just looks like a wick. Okay, on a 3 minute, these couple candles down here in turn looks more like a wick. So I was looking to see, what was kind of there, why it wicked. Also, we had a high here, bounce. So that's why my line is there. So I'm going to keep it at that point, but switch back out to 3. So I kind of want to explain that why. So still in long one contract, when platinum is pulling back here, if I get a bounce in here, I'm going to add one more on it. Still looking for gold to hold there and bounce. It did pull right down, kind of gradually, slowly pull down to that. So it's kind of rounding over. Love to see it bounce there, push up into the red zone, but we'll see. It may not even break this high, this previous high. So I would draw a retracement line across the platinum. Keep in mind, at any point, a retracement can become a new trend. So platinum, I just do a retracement line down. So again, I'm looking to see, again, I'm bullish on it, right? I'm bullish on platinum because why? 4 hour, 1 hour, 15, all in line finally. They're all green. So my bias is to buy on platinum. This is also a 4 hour, or this is also a red down trend line. The one that's here. So we broke that. We tested it first. It pulled up and tested it, broke it. After it broke, it came down, tested it, then pushed up for another leg or another extension up. So it still could come back down to test that again. But what I'm looking for overall is I'm looking for a bounce to add to my position. I'm in profit like 90s and not a lot. The other thing I want to do is move this trend line. I have it from this point down here, okay, to this point, and I want to look to move it here, right to that wick there. That wick kind of popped through, so we're going to adjust that out since we had another push up, another leg up. So ultimately, I'm looking for it to pull down and bounce. We have a horizontal line there again. It's off of a 1 minute time frame. The inside top of this swing, which is also this high here from swing. And again, if you go down to 1 minute, you can see the swing a lot better. So again, this inside top, and then you have the bounce off the trend line, nice swing up to touch that area. And then again, once it broke through, it came back to tested it. So looking for that area to hold up. So hopefully that's good enough support in here to carry this through. We'll see. We shall see. So again, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking to add to that position. I would love to be able to add another one contract into platinum, and then for at least, and then let those two ride for the rest of the day. If it's going to continuing its bullish movement. I'm not so hopeful on gold because that is a red zone. Check the other trades. MetaTrader. Well, isn't that nice? So I did get in CAD short. On its recent move down. So news on the Canadian dollar, it did pop up, and then we had a nice pullback, and it's pulling down off that. All right, moving stops. I have to decide if I want to close 3/4. So I'm in short on the Canadian dollar. It is on MetaTrader, different broker that I'm trading through, and I'm up 10K. So I am going to close out 3/4 of this. So I usually trade 40 on these lots, contract. You can call them they're lots. That's what it is, not contract. So I'm in with 40, and then I close out 30 on my first initial close partial. So right now it's at 10.5, and I need to adjust my. This is a little different how you close these. Request. Oh, and I have to request it first that I want to close. Anytime there are larger trades. Fun stuff. So I closed 3/4. I can't mark this chart up like that. So that's my big trade. I also had British pound, a good trade on that. And that's what I normally look for on these trades. I don't know, unless I'm in and I'll go over that here in a second. Let me finish what I'm doing here. Because it's important I lock in some money or Beth will have my head. What do you mean you didn't close out part of your trade? I was busy talking. All right. So, and I think I've mentioned this before. Let me go pull them. Yeah, I did both these, so I will. Can you not hide that? There we go. All right, so I just slid Discord over. So two trades I took, and I will do this on the British pound, Canadian dollar, um, euro, anything that um, moves more, that we get a better move out of. So certain things move X amount of pips in this case for currencies. It's no different than moving ticks. You know, Nasdaq usually moves X amount of ticks, or gold usually moves X amount of ticks or points, however you would do it. So it's the same way in Forex, that they usually move X amount of pips. So um, you get to learn how much something moves, right? You get to learn your instrument. You get to learn how much it typically moves. And for you to shoot for a target further than what it typically moves, I don't want to say it's foolish. It's not. But for you to expect it to move that way, when you know it typically only moves, say, 100 points, well, then what should you do if you get to 100 points? You should at least close partial. Okay. So that being said, I'm normally in on a good setup or good trade with 40 lots, and I will close 3/4. And I typically will close 3/4 when it gets to 10K. Okay, that's been what I've been able to sustain, in the Forex market. So that this is where I make my living, is in the Forex market. I've made really good trades in futures, okay, but I just got into futures this year, guys, late last year. Not this year, 2024. Um, Started looking at them in late 2023 because the guy at the coffee shop was trading Nasdaq and he was having issues. And so I was trying to help him, but I wasn't on TradingView. He was using TradingView. I wasn't doing Nasdaq. I was just trying to give him advice. So I'm like, okay, I'll download TradingView. I'll throw on Nasdaq. I'll open an account. I didn't tell him this, and I just one day come in and said, okay, I'm going to trade with you, and was trading Nasdaq with him. So that was the only way I could really, really, really help him, because that's all he was trading was Nasdaq. So, and he is stubborn like his mother. So, knowing all that, I had to figure out a way to actually help him. So that's what got me into futures. So, futures is not where I make a living. It's in the Forex market, but I can trade both. So, futures is where I'm making good money now, especially in Bitcoin. I've made really huge trades in Bitcoin last year at the end of the year. But those are the big ones I made. The really big ones were in my IRA account, because I can trade crypto in there now. So this was the trade on the British pound, and it says today, this was, you'll see it's marked 7:15. So this one, I traded the pound. There was news at 2 p.m. last night on it, or 2 p.m., 2 a.m. So again, I put on 40. When it gets around 10K, I will close out 30. Okay. So I went ahead and closed out 30 when it hit here. It just hit a little overnight. I closed out 30 on it. So this is the Canadian dollar trade that I just closed out 30. So again, in with 40. Stop loss was better than break even already, to lock in some capital as it made this extension down, this push down. And this is a 5-minute time frame. I can't do a 3 on that MetaTrader. So on this extension or push down, I move my stop to better than break even, locking in something. Okay. And this screenshot is right where I was up 10.6. So I locked in what? I don't know, is that a fourth of the move? I locked in maybe 2K. My stop was moved to maybe 2K as it moved down here. Okay. So when it hit over 10, I just closed out 30. So right now I only have 10 left. And my stop has been, see, I may have left my stop where it is. Let me double check. So I'm up like 2,600 on the 10. 144,117. Yeah. So I haven't moved my stop. My stop's right there, 1.44117. So I haven't moved my stop, giving it room to break even, giving it room to breathe, and of course hoping for another push. Right now it's right about to what it's done is this green candle pushed up and closed about halfway up this one, and then we've had a red candle that pushed back down. It's at the bottom, so it's definitely found support level in here, and right now it's breaking it. So I'm watching a red candle that just pushed past these lows right here. 5-minute candle. So if it closes down there below these lows, I'm going to move my stop and move it somewhere above this high. And as I look and see this low right in the area, I'm not going to move it much. I may even just leave it where it is until we get a couple pushes. So, but that's what I do on those. Now, saying that right there, again, I know how much the pound typically moves. I know how much the euro typically moves. I know how much the Australian dollar moves, the Kiwi moves, the yen moves. They don't move as much. So where I'm going to make the best moves is going to be in the Canadian dollar, the pound, the Swiss, and the euro. Those four move the most. They get bigger swings. They move more pips. Okay. So that being said, I'm going to shoot for a further target. Tonight, when I trade the Kiwi, the New Zealand dollar, it doesn't move as much during its session. So I don't expect as big of a move. So on that, I'm going to be shooting for like 2 to 4K. That's it. If I get a good setup, I'll still put 40 on. If I don't get a good setup, I might go half, which would be 20 lots. So it still depends on the setup. I don't always go in with 40. It's going to depend on the setup. Plus, we have news. I will try to get in to the Kiwi before 445. 445 is when the news event is. So I will try to, I'm messing with my Discord thing here. It's hiding my channels. Save auto hide. So again, that's how you should trade any instrument in any time frame. I still love the currencies market. I'll never give the currency market up. There's no need to. I like that I've added futures. It's been disappointing on days when, of course, we get a ton of chop, because I'm not used to seeing a ton of chop. We don't get a ton of chop in the Forex market. We get chop, but not as much as the future market. But we're getting some good trending things today. Now that moved down in, so in the currency, let's see how I can cover this. I'm going to pull Discord back real quick to kind of cover this. I'll have to do like a session on this more than anything, but I just kind of want to mention. So here's my trade. Again, it's short. I'm short on the Canadian dollar. If you look at it, the US dollar is the base currency. The Canadian dollar is the cross currency. There's different names for it, but I use base and cross. So the base currency is US dollar. Canadian dollar is a cross currency because it's on the right. So I'm short on this trade. I'm short on the US dollar. US dollar weakness is what we're getting. What this chart shows. This chart shows US dollar weakness because it's moving short. But what does that mean for the Canadian dollar? That means Canadian dollar strength. Okay. So again, whatever currency's on the left, that's what the chart shows. So we're showing, again, US dollar weakness because it's going down, against the Canadian dollar. So now let's switch over and we're going to look at the futures chart. So here's futures. It only shows what? The Canadian dollar. That's what we're essentially trading. So it's going up. It's going to move the opposite of my MetaTrader chart. So that's just something you have to keep in mind. It's still the same move. It's just opposite because I'm trading the cross pairs. I'm trading a pair. And here you're just trading futures contracts on the Canadian dollar. If your broker will allow you to do it. Some brokers don't. I need to get back. So platinum, I did not get my bounce where I wanted it. I mean, we got a bounce and then it bounced out. I didn't add. I'm glad I didn't add. So I'm probably going to be done for the day as far as taking a new trade. I know it's a little early. It's only 10:40, but with taking those big currency trades, Bagels left a couple runners on. Yeah, I didn't even look at the Swissy last night. I don't know. I haven't traded that in a while. I've been so focused on the others just off news. Last night was the first night I'd stayed up for the start of London session forever. I was just kind of wired. How did I go to bed? It was like 4 o'clock. I went to bed at 4. Got up at 6:30. So my eyes are kind of tired today. It's the only thing with trading multiple sessions around the clock. See, right now it is 3:43 in London. So their market's coming down to. My watch has both time frames. I don't know if you can see that, but I have 2 time frames on that thing. It's always set. It's got U.S. and London always visible. I don't know. I did that years ago. I've just never changed it. It's not like I don't know what time it is over there off ours, but I still like seeing it. Yeah, that's had a nice push up and down. I wonder if I can get that on this. I don't think I can get. Let's see on this chart. Aussie, the euro, the pound, and the Canadian dollar. Yeah, we'll find out. Swiss franc. Get standard, just no micro. I got to decide on what I want to put it in place of. Ooh. I kind of want to see how the signals look on it. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, the Clifton Mill lights, we like them. They're fun. We go up to the cabin and we'll get a fire going. Nobody ever remembers how to start the stupid thing but me. It's just a gas fireplace. So I wasn't up there yet. My brother was trying to figure out. Um, but they got started. There's a big pond out back, big deck facing the pond. Go fish out there. Um, Fireplace, kitchen, bathrooms. It's got everything. And we just go up there. We'll eat, play games, whatever you want to do. Like I said, we this year we did gingerbread houses and cookies. Whoever wants to do that, we goof around. It's just a lot of fun. And then when it gets dark enough, we go catch the lights, and that's what we were going to do. I think it was December 18th, maybe. I don't know. But then we would go when it gets dark enough, catch the lights, and most of us. My aunt normally doesn't go, and we'll go catch the lights, and you can get hot chocolate there while you're going through the lights, and then we go back to the cabin and have dessert, cookies, hot chocolate, or coffee. For me, it's coffee, and play more games or whatever, just kind of wind down. So we've been doing that for 5 years since my grandmother passed. We used to get together at her house. So, but we've been doing it. I think it's been 4 or 5 years since we've been doing that. So it's just our annual thing. So since I got sick, we had to postpone it or push it back. But yeah, the lights are fun. They got a lot of little villages and whatnot. It's neat to see all the stuff. Our local park actually here does pretty good with their lights. They keep adding every year. I know my dad told me about one in I think it was West Virginia. I think it's like one of the national parks or something down there. And I guess it's huge. From what he said, I've never been. But yeah, and they tear the lights down. It takes, I don't remember exactly, but I read the article and I think it's um, 6 guys. It takes 3 months to put up everything for Christmas. I think it's 6 guys, 3 months. And it's like an 8-hour day shift that they work. I'm assuming they can tear down quicker than setting up. I don't know. But they stopped turning the last day of Christmas, last day of December. I would assume they come down quicker than they go up. Normally things come down quicker than they go up. Houses especially. Spill my coffee. I don't know what to make of Bitcoin. It's in that cross area around those trend lines, that zone. It's kind of a sticky situation. I know we had a couple sells in there. I didn't do anything. I'm just kind of sitting down on it. It's around that 11 o'clock time period where you have to decide if you're going to sit out, or are you looking for are you going to take new trades between 11 and 12 if they signal. So I've got a few things that that I may tweak further on this thing, but I think it's about done. So the one was getting let's look at oil. You guys look at the oil chart. I'm going to blow it up real quick. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know. Properly store all lights. Yeah, they've got a big facility though. You can, and they got a restaurant on hand. You can go eat. Their food's really good. So let's look at oil. So the last update or change I made, because it's showing on this chart, was the 1 hour reverse. Guys, the 1 hour reverse comes when we start getting green on the 1 hour. That's all I can say. It's we may get a reverse. You know, it means possible reverse. Okay, it doesn't mean it is going to reverse. Possible. We had it here, and then it went back for a sell, and the sell came through. Right. The 1 hour reverse did not. So signals are signals. That's why you got to learn how to trade them on the instrument, and just you're either go for it or not. But what we did was, remember, I didn't like them doing this right here. So I didn't want one. When the 1 hour turned green on one 3-minute candle, which was basically this first dot, you would get the 1 hour reverse signal. So that's been changed. That's been changed to at least 2. So you get 2 3-minute candles, 2 3-minute dots before the 1 hour reverse pops up. I did that for this reason right here, where we're getting some of this, where you would get you would have got a 1 hour or a 1 hour reverse there. Okay. You would have got a blue 1 hour reverse there. And then you would have got another one where it actually came up here. Okay. So, or no, right here. I'm sorry. You would have got another one right there, because this dot went back red, and then this one came back green again. So you would have had 2 signals for the 1 hour reverse. So that's the kind of stuff I was looking at and watching over the last couple months, is like, some of this stuff I don't want, some of this stuff is annoying. We don't need to see 2 of those. one is fine type thing, and we don't want to get a lot of mismatch, just back and forth signals. Okay, we try and weed them out because we're trying to make the signals only come up for a trend. So the change was to make the 1 hour reverse come up when we had two green. So all the 1 hour reverse is looking at is what color is the 4 hour? The 4 hours red. 4 hours red, 4 hours red, 4 hours red. And then it looks to see if the 1 hour's red, 1 hour's red, okay, and then it switches to green. And it pops up a 1 hour reverse because it's the opposite color. So again, though, we would have got one here and then one here. So what we've done is changed it to where it comes up after two circles on the 1 hour, or the opposite color, in this case green. Same over here. We had two of them, and that's when you get the signal. So two circles instead of one 3-minute circle, and then you get the signal. So that's already been made. That change was made last week when we were watching it, talking about it. So that change was actually made before I even stopped trading during the day. So we'll run it the rest of the week. What do we got here? Got about a week and a half. And then it might be on TradingView. So be ready. Now, once it is in TradingView, what I'd like for you guys to do, I know some of you guys are doing really good recaps. I'd like for you guys to keep doing the recaps if you don't mind, because I think they're great. I think when you guys do recaps, it's like journaling. It's nothing. I mean, you're journaling, but you're journaling out in public. So with anything, with journaling, I think it helps every trader because you are going back over your trade in your mind. You're writing out, the story of your trade, basically. So you're remembering all the details. You're going back over it as you write your recap. So, but now you'll have the chart to show the signals as you post the charts. Because I know some of you guys, when you do the recaps, you're, posting a chart with it. Well, now you'll be able to see the buy and sell on there and stuff. So that's what I'm shooting for. I will need, I'll put a form together. Yeah, I'll put a new form together. It won't be that other form where you guys post your, because I'll have to have your TradingView name. Yeah. I'll have to have your TradingView name. Whatever your name is on TradingView. So I'll make a little form for that here over the next couple of days. Let me write myself a note. And then what will happen is you'll see it pop up. So and that's why we've been waiting on this is oh gosh, guys. Hang on. All right, that was fun. moved my coffee and then I bumped it. All right, that was fun. So I moved my coffee and I had it to where it's never been. Couldn't see it with the mic and bumped it, and it's all over the place. Oh yeah, Candace, you can definitely share your recaps. Um, and it doesn't matter if you're following the signals or not. If you're still going off of good trade techniques, because I'll use the signals, but I'm still looking at, I'm still drawing trend lines and um, counter trend lines, looking at highs and lows. That's still the base of my, trading, and will always be the base of my setup. Does anybody have any runners on? I still got, just looking for something here. So, anyways, that'll again. I'll just need I'll make a form, and then whatever your trade name is on TradingView. I don't think they call it a trade name, profile name, whatever that is what I need. And then I just have to enter that in. So I know it works, and that's part of why I was going to cover why I've waited is because making all the tweaks, you would have like version 1, and then we make tweaks to it. Well, now we're in version 2, we make tweaks. Now we're in version 3, and then you have to keep switching indicators. So that's what I've had to keep doing, and that's what we've been waiting on. I'm waiting on it to get as close as I want to have everything the way it is, and then after that, um, if we make any changes, it won't be like updated every month or something, because we shouldn't have to tweak it anymore. Because right now I think it's version 15. I gotta look at a different area. Indicator. Yeah, version 15. Bitcoin and ES just signaled. So yeah, I mean it's version 15 right now. I've skipped a couple. I didn't go straight to. It was like 1, 3, 4, 6, and then somehow I went 6 to 10. So there's not 15 versions, but I did upload it to the last version to TradingView 13 for Tyler, just because I wanted to see if he could access it and add it to his charts, and it worked fine. So I was testing it to see how that worked. Yeah, I think by the end of next week, before yeah, by the end of next week, so you guys can play with it over the weekend. Now I will tell you this, and I'll do a video on it. So I'll make up the form this week for you guys to go to, and then you'll just have to put your profile name of whatever your profile name is in TradingView. That's what I'll need, and then I can go out and add you to the indicator list. We don't really want it to be like totally publicized, because What I've seen happen over the past is the more people that use a certain indicator or trading technique or style, eventually it stops working. Because brokers are listening in, market makers, they're all in tune to what's going on. So there's not a market maker around the world that doesn't know what's going on in the retail market, what's being sold to the retail market, what the retail market's doing in their trading. They 100% know what's going on. So, and they look at what systems or strategies are popular. What's popular right now is a trade strategy that's being pimped out through TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. They want to know. They look, they find it. And then they look at how that trading strategy is set up, and they will come in and trade against it. They have to create liquidation, the market makers. They can't just go in and trade with $2 billion and place a trade. They have to create the trade. They have to create that liquidation. So a lot of people call it manipulation, but it's not. They have to create it. So they don't go in with a $2 billion trade. They go in with smaller trades. But they might come in and say, hey, we want to do $2 billion long on Bitcoin. Well, they have to create that. They have to create the opposite orders in that. So they'll place smaller trades to move the market. Once the market's moving, then they'll pull those, generate some market moves, and then trade in the direction they actually want to go. So that being said, they 100%, the market makers, fund managers, the big banks, their traders aren't just trading. They have traders that do nothing but look at the market. They look at TikTok, they look at Facebook, they look at Instagram, and they are looking at what out there is popular. They're looking at the influencers, and they're looking at their strategies. Is it a moving average strategy, MACD, whatever? They're looking at what is the biggest strategy out there that's marketed that all these retail traders are trading in the direction or whatnot. And they'll create bots and whatever. It's a mess. It's a whole big thing. So I've seen over the years, I've seen strategies that were good strategies start to fail over the years. And that's why. So the more popular they get. So that's not what we want. If you find a good strategy, I don't care who it's with or what it is, you want to keep it under wraps as best you can. You do not want to be the most popular strategy out there, because it will start to fail. So, and I'll do a video, like I said. So what we're doing now is we're watching the signals and we are live trading them. If you shut down, right now, if I shut down my charting and turn it back on, this down here on Bitcoin will more than likely not look like this. And I'll do a video on it, because what I'll actually do is come in and do something like this, where I'll specifically come in and take a screenshot like that of the bottom of Bitcoin right there, save it out, and then this one, save it out, and then close down the charting and open it up, and then take another screenshot and show you what it looks like. So they will look different because right now we're live trading it. The signals are going to do like what we're getting here. When you refresh the charts, it cleans everything up. You may still see this red area in here, but without that green dot. Okay, this red area may be gone on the 4 hour. So just keep that in mind, that when you come back and you open up your charting for the first time, everything is going to be fresh. It's going to look great.
when you live trade, that's when the signals are coming through as things happen on the actual candles. So, and I'm fine with that because we've been live trading and making money on it. So it's not a big deal. It's just something that when you look back, you're going to go, hey, that don't match when I was actually trading. And it won't always match. Doesn't mean the signals were bad. Signals are still good. It's just they're not going to match all the time. But I'll go a little more in depth on that. But yeah, I think it's good to go where you guys can have it on your charts. It's a little easier if you got them all on your own charts. And then I'll be revamping what we do here because you guys won't need to see this anymore. So when we do the lives, I'll more likely just be trading on my charting. But I'm going to have to pick 4 items because I know it's a little much when I do 6. For you guys to watch. Man, Bitcoin made it up to that yellow zone. I'm not in it, guys. I'm out of everything right now and not taking anything else. But the other 2 trades I took on the Forex market, I'm not trading anything. So I'm actually done for the day. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Bitcoin it did. It gave a buy right before it went. It also had a couple sells in here. So if you were taking signals, those sells came when everything lined up red. So they just pulled back. So you'd probably taken a loss in there. Not 2, because you should have only taken 1 of those. I wouldn't take both these sells, just like I wouldn't take both these buys. So the only time I'll take, like over here, if I took this buy, I'm on Bitcoin. And I think I've gone over that before. I know I have. So let's say over here on Bitcoin, you took this buy back here on the left. So you bought. It went up. You closed partials somewhere in there. You should have. So you closed partial. Gave another buy. You're going to take that. Let's say, I don't care what you put on. Let's say you just put on 5. You close 4. You have 1 runner here. It comes here, gives you another buy. You buy 5 more. You still got a runner on back here. You buy 5 more. Let's say it goes up, and that's enough room for you to close partial. So you close 4. You leave a runner on. Now you have 2 runners. Runner from here, runner from here. So since you did close partial here on this trade, when it comes down, gives you this buy, you can buy. If you put on 5 here on this buy and you did not close partial, when it comes back here, you don't put 5 more on because you didn't close out any here. That's just my rule of thumb. If I don't close out runner or my partial here, I will not add on here, here, or here. None of them. Sorry, guys, I have my mic backwards. Let me know if you can hear me all right. Can you guys hear me okay? All right. Okay, so I was talking and not even have my mic. So I want to go over signals. So let's say you took this buy on the left of the screen. I'm just going to go with 5 contracts. You put on 5. It moved up. You closed out 4 in there. You have 1 runner on. Okay. So now you can look for another buy. I will only look for to get in another trade if I've closed partial first. So since we closed partial in here and have one runner on, I would take this buy with 5 contracts again, 5 contracts. When it goes up, if in this move up I closed 4, I'd have a runner on here, but if it went up, I closed partial, I closed 4, I would take this next signal. If it went up here and I did not close out partial, when it pulls back and signals, I'm not going to buy 5 again, buy 5 again, buy 5 again. That's not what we're doing. Only when I close partial, or only when you get a nice leg up and you can move your stop to protect some, would you do that. Okay? So buy 5, if that's enough right there, and you close 4, you'd have runner here, you would buy 5 here. But now you can see there, you would not have closed partial in here. So on this trade, you would not buy 5. This trade, you're not going to buy. And then it moves up, and what do? Well, then you would close partial on this one. Have 3 runners on. Of course, it goes nowhere. Comes back and stops you out on your runner. So the same said down here on the sells. It comes down. If you sold here and it pulls back here in the negative for a while, you would not sell on this one. So you sold 5. You're not going to sell 5 again because you haven't closed out partial. So you would have had one losing trade of 5. And then you would have bought 5 in here. So when you look at it, you got to kind of look at it that way, that did you pull partial yet? Because you'd say, okay, I got in here. Yes, I closed partial. So I would have taken that, been in with 5. But not jumped in this one or this one because you hadn't closed partial yet. But yeah, it's moved all the way up to that zone. A big, strong push. $417 in lineman. Gold gave another buy here, but again, I'm not taking trades. That right there is that old dash. The dash trend line was from this point back here to this one right here. Extended up, and then when it broke through it here, that's when I made it a dash line up through this one. So I like leaving the lines on sometime like that and just changing them to a dash line, knowing that, hey, that's an old trend line that we broke because it broke here. And that's right where it went to and turned. So again, by leaving that, if I didn't have this line on here, oh, wrong chart. Go back to gold. So again, on gold, this trend line here was a solid trend line. All right, I won't make it solid. But this dash one was drawn from here to here, the 2 points, and extended out. And it was sideways in here, tapping against it. Once it broke through and turned and made a low, well, that's when we can draw a new uptrend line from down here to here once it breaks that previous high, which it broke here. So I will take again that trend line. I don't always do it. You don't have to do whatever you want with them, but if you make it dashed, I chose to make it a dash line, leave it on the charting. Well, it kind of held up right here, as you can see. So without that line, and without this is a 1 hour swing high, which is back here. So if you go to a 1 hour chart, That's where that right there. This is a 1 hour swing, and this is the high of that. So that's what we had marked earlier, the 1 hour swing high. So we actually had that and that dash line, and that's right where it turns. So again, by using the charting techniques, you're not going to be surprised when it turns. So it failed to go even up into the red zone earlier and stay below, but right now it's cranking to the top. Bitcoin's just soaring, isn't it? So I'll probably break out of here after a bit. And I'm looking at platinum too. And something else I'd like to do, and I hope everybody else does too, is at the end of the day, go back and look at each instrument you traded and look back at what time you started trading. So I start the signals here at what, 7, and I mark the charts. So what I like to do is go back, pull in each of these. Here's platinum, open it up. Look at platinum start of the day. And what do we see? We see nothing but an upward move. We've had some good pullbacks. I don't know anyone taking the 1 hour reverse. If you're taking the 1 hour reverse, would you have got in long there? Okay. And again, closed partial, it pulled back. So we've had decent pullbacks overall. Can you ever see yourself getting in and staying in all day? Because that's where the real money's made. And they don't always trend every day. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they do. But it's a good to look back at the end of each day at each instrument you trade and go, could I have traded this different? I was in and out of platinum, took 2 trades. No runners on. Can you imagine putting two platinum trades, 2 contracts, closing out partial, and then letting the other run for the day? Same with any of these. Looking at gold, go back and look at the whole day. I'm going to delete stuff off this chart because it won't be on here anymore tomorrow anyways. It'll be off there. So gold, the same thing. 1 hour reverse. Do you take those? No. But we take buys. Okay, so you took a buy. And then did you hold that buy? Same thing. Just look back at each instrument for the day. And just, would you have held that for the whole day? This one didn't work out that way. So this is part of why I trade multiple instruments though, because we never know which one's going to trend. Yeah, and that's it too. What could we have done differently on the trades we did take? Did we manage them properly? Is there something that would have kept you out of the sell signal here on Bitcoin? I don't know that there is anything that would have kept you out of that sell signal on Bitcoin. It had a healthy drop, pulled back to test the zone and the trend lines, which it kind of got messy in there, but then ultimately pulled back down toward that and even broke the previous low. So would you have taken that short? And these finally flipped. I wouldn't fault anyone for taking that short on that trade. Now you shouldn't have taken both, because again, until you close partial on the first trade, you don't add the second trade. The only time you would consider doing something like this is if you went in very light. If you go in with one contract here and then get another confirming signal, you would have still lost. You would have lost with two contracts, but you're not going to put on, if you're doing the opposite, where you're going in with like say 4, 5, or 6, and you're closing partial, then you don't go in with 6 here and then go in with 6 here, because you haven't closed partial on the first trade yet. So, but that's something to always do. Always come back and look at the trades and see what you could have done different. All right, so I'm going to cut out, I think now. It's a good place. This will be running all day. I'll cut it off about 5 o'clock as far as the signals and the stream. So the stream will be up on it. And then, like I said, once we get I'll get the form made up for you guys, and then that way when I pop the indicator on there, you guys will be able to have that on your chart specifically, and you'll be free from having to watch the stream. And then when we do the streams, it'll be a little different. It'll just be me in here trading with you guys, and then in the morning, and then the stream, it'll be back to what it used to be on the streams. Just that, 4-hour morning. And then we'll do some special ones in the evening, like tonight with the Kiwi, we would do one. All right, so trade safe. Leave your runners run if you can. And I'll see you guys later. I'll be in tonight. Yeah, you too. I'll be in tonight trading the Kiwi. Well, not tonight. It's 4:45 actually for the Kiwi, but I'll be trading that. Again, I'm going to look to get into the Kiwi. I haven't looked at it yet. Maybe we could look at it real quick. I don't know if it's on this chart. I should have it on here. Actually, no, I can't. I don't think I can do it on this one. Let me see. It's just the regular is what it is. So yeah, I mean, I would look right now. It's in a bullish pattern. The Kiwi is. I'll slide it over. So here's the Kiwi right now. Nice downward move, and then it actually, broke the trend line, tested trend line. It's been moving up ever since. So nice bullish move. So right now it's already got bullish structure, so I should be looking for longs. And since news comes out at 4:45 p.m. Eastern, I'll look to get in. I'm trying to find the bottom of the candles. It's hard with the signal there. So again, I would look to get in, and right now I should be thinking bullish, right? got to be aware of where the highs are over here, that it may not break, you know, this high. That would be the high to break. So it's 11:30. News comes out at 4:45, so we've got several hours. So I'm not going to look to get into something long now. However, if it pulls back in here, so I'll probably check on and off throughout the next couple hours. Because if I can get into a position before news, and then news pushes it that same way, then you know, you're golden. So I love to get into stuff before news. Now on my chart, it's going to be opposite. So remember, this is a futures chart, so it's only looking at the Kiwi. So with the oh my gosh, hang on guys, because I got to check on this other trade too. That runner that I had on the CAD, Canadian dollar, that was, what was that at? I'm trying to resize my chart because it's continued to drop. So remember, I had the Canadian dollar. It's posted out in Discord. Don't switch that. It was up 10,006 on the Canadian dollar. So 40 contracts, it was up 10,006, and I closed out 30. I still have 10 contracts on, and right now the 10 contracts are at $5,800. So all 40, I was up 10 grand, a little over 10 grand, closed out 30. So when I closed out 30%, 3/4 of that, I had about 2,000 left. Now the 2,000's up to 28 or 5,800. So I'm happy with that. But it's continued its dip. That's the thing. So it's continued its push down. All right. So where was I? Oh, on the Kiwi. So again, I'll be looking to go long. And if you can't trade on futures, you'd have to find a broker you can trade through. I will be trading on my Forex account on MetaTrader. Now on this one, my chart will look the same. I think that's what I was getting to. As the Canadian dollar looks backwards because the US dollar is in front. This currency pair, if you look at Forex, it is the Kiwi is first. New Zealand dollar first, US dollar second. So the base currency is the New Zealand dollar. Well, what we're trading here, the instrument is the New Zealand dollar. So this chart will match what I will be trading. It'll be the same chart. It won't be reversed like the Canadian dollar. I know it might get confusing. So as I post stuff like that, you might hear me. So right now that thing's hitting its previous high. So, but again, I'm bugging out. Gonna get ready to head out. I'll probably go to the coffee shop for lunch and some coffee. Then I got some errands to run. So it wasn't too bad today. Wasn't the greatest. Only a couple things trended. Bitcoin just went ballistic here the last half hour. Well, I will see you back in here tomorrow. But again, the stream will be up all day. That'll shut off around 5.